Good afternoon, good morning, hello everyone. Well, gentlemen, a short view back to the past. As we join a classic rainy spa event. And this is actually already the quali session because the quali is 1 hour long and so on, so... This is gonna be quite fun. It's a multi-class race. I will not do it alone. I will be doing it together with my teammate Ross. Mr. Ross from Traction GG. And we will be trying not to crash. We have a 25% chance of rain, and it's already raining, so I guess that's all that is needed to be said. Hi Tsari. Understeer. Yeah, this car is quite weird. This is basically the Cobra from ISI, just that it's been worked on quite a lot, so it's not drifty like the Cobra. Although, I mean, it's still kind of drifty, but it's deadly drift, it snaps so easily. Good morning, Tristan. The lighting conditions are so weird, like the sky is extremely bright and then the road is quite dark. I tried to make a stream kind of watchable because in the in the sun it becomes very bright everywhere, so I needed to make the camera setting in such a way that it's gonna work in all the conditions, so I hope it's gonna be watchable. I think it's alright. Headlights? Where are my headlights? Cannot even see the reflections of them. And the rear axle is locking up like crazy. Brake bias is not adjustable on the go. And then in the dry, the fronts are locking a lot. And in the wet, the rears are locking a lot, so what should one do? It turns out that the front lockup is much more dangerous.
Hello.
Hello. You are quite quiet, like I can barely hear.
Good luck, you boy.
It's not much better. Cannot really understand you over the engine, but well, my headset is not too loud.
Yeah, can't hear them. Maybe a problem at my end.
Yeah, I made you now
Double check.
200% in Discord, so it's a bit better. Survive that one. So, well, quali session, or first hot lap incoming. Already a yellow flag. Ah, there is a car parked on the apex, on the grass. Yeah, Doc Slappy. It kind of does. It's funny because in the dry, in the sun, it's fine. Then there is like partly cloudy conditions that make it very difficult to see. But in these conditions, it's a little bit better. So I don't know where exactly is the problem. And Cad, hello. Yes, that is quite slippery. Although, I think we are surviving that. No cut. All right. Yeah, that's a valid racing line. It's 1954. We only have one tire compound, right? It's just like the street tires. There is no wets, no slicks, no anything. And in these conditions, those street tires work remarkably well, actually. Well, I guess remarkably well for 70 years old car. Tire compound tire, yes. I did one practice lap offline before in the wet, in extremely wet conditions, and it was alright. This is not even very wet yet. Yeah, now it's wet, then it goes very wet, and then extremely wet. The issue is that the rear... oh dear. The rear will not stop sliding, like, because of the brake bias. On tracks with heavy braking zones, we needed the maximum frontwards brake bias. But here, with all the curves, the fronts can just lock up so easily in the dry. And then in the wet, it's all about the rear, so... You just need to brake more gently. Well, about the cuts, I've read in the briefing that cuts, or maybe in the rulebook, that the cuts are governed by the game. Not sure if fully switched off, but would make sense. Spa drift, indeed. There's gonna be a lot of drifting today. And let's see how slow we will be. I guess I lost maybe 5 seconds going way too sideways this lap. And then the lighter, slower classes will have it a lot easier in these conditions, especially in the corners. Quite off pace for now. Yeah, Ross, I guess we can blame that. I just realized I forgot to turn on the pedal trailing. I'll try to do that later. It's funny how I like press 10% brake and it goes from quite understeer into big snap already. Almost need to like to brake and have some throttle still on the pedal at the same time. But it's just so nice to have events like this. We had one race at Spa. I think it was 2 hours race with that HRRC series that GP Labs organized 2 years ago. That was a brilliant race. It was in the dry though. Don't crash me. Still alive. I did that now for 2 laps in a row. I guess I just stay in third. The engine damage is real. Not intentional. Ay ay ay. You know what? I will have to move the brake bias a bit more to the front. How much fuel do I have? I can do one more lap on this tank. I know Kirsten in P2 has a car that's better in corners and worse in the straights. So in the dry we are kind of tight on pace, or maybe I have a slight edge. Oh, nice dock. Like a night race around here would be such a brilliant thing. I still hope at some point to have a 24-hour race around here organized. Yeah, the slower class car behind me is just having it easy to stick behind, even though I have a lot more power on the straight. Maybe a BOP issue, maybe a skill issue. Yeah, Tristan, exactly. Well, this is, I mean, this is supposedly the Ferrari 375, so it should be a V12, but they couldn't make the sound to work. So it's still copy-paste of the Shelby Cobra. But yeah, the prices would be insane. And then crash it once a bit and you have a bankrupt. I feel bad for overtaking because now I'm gonna hold him up in the corners. I'll stay in second gear. I'm across the line into P5. Alright, 7 seconds of Kirsten. Can I blame my car? Wait, that's not a Ferrari, that's not a Ferrari, that's not a Ferrari, that's not a Ferrari. So it's a BOP problem. Okay, let's go here and maybe increase brake bias a bit. It's gonna get faster and faster anyway now that the rain is decreasing. And this pit exit is a bit awkward. Difficult to see incoming traffic. Slightly wet now. It's gonna be drying up quite quickly, to be honest. Monza wing. Wait, you mean the Chaparral wing with DRS? Ah, you mean the... Ah, I know what you mean, yeah. the 1K party wing. Well, in 1954 Maybe one or two people had ideas about wing, but not really sure when was the first time somebody actually put a wing on the car. Well, this lack of wet pace is making me a bit worried now. I will learn how to make that corner eventually. Ow. Well, straight to the graveyard. I keep forgetting about the braking zone. I mean, this is mostly about knowing when to brake. But then the rear of the car is not cooperating. Wait, as we are on the outlap, I could do... where is it? This. Where should I put it? That's not good. I see nobody behind. This is fine. To 20 meters, yeah, I guess that's a good idea. It's just before 100 meters in the dry though. And some braking zones don't really change from wet to dry, I noticed. Okay, that trailing thing needs further adjustment. Config. So I have big gap behind, that's fine. Show clutch, we don't need that. Apply. FFB, we don't need FFB. Save. Yeah, that should be alright. Mic check. Oh dear. My OBS is not... why is my OBS not recognizing? 1, 2, 3. I mean, Ross, you will be watching my live stream and then we don't need Discord anyway, right? All the settings in the voice are correct, but it's not detecting the mic. Any mic, in fact. Thank you, Discord. Let's not bin it here again. Good. Alright, should be all set up. Yeah, Ross, I mean, when my fuel runs out, you start joining the server and so on, so there is not much of a strategy talk to be done. Yeah, not sure about Discord, like I was now clicking around the settings and whatever mic I put, and when I did that check thing in the settings, it was not hearing it. This track is drying up quite fast. I mean, it still says slightly wet, but I think it's, well, slightly wet can mean very different things. No, okay. It's the worst to damage the car just before starting a lap. Just about avoided. Thank you R Factor 2 for the very nice slip model. Daniela, about heel and toe, it's not implemented properly in RF2, so I blip on the downshifts. In the upshifts, it's not really needed to hold the clutch. Unfortunately, it's been never properly implemented. So like, it doesn't matter auto clutch on, auto clutch off, you can just shift. Mr. Offermans often said when he was the boss that it's not possible to implement a proper gearbox before the hardware is suited for that, because then all kind of exploits can be done, but I didn't really understand why he was saying that. Well, hopefully he implements, but maybe he has not changed his opinion yet, so he will just do something very basic. I don't know. That yellow box car is breaking my immersion. Well, Daniela, we will see in January, right? At Sim Formula Expo. just noticed that my relative through the tiny pedal plugin is not showing the car brands. I think it was working last time. Done with discussing Marcel indeed, and Jesper, this is the finest of Ferrari V12 with wrong engine sounds. Still P5. Some cars are crazy fast in the wet. Good job, Jesper. Didn't want to take this racing line, but I guess let's stick with it. So I did the 4 minute 16 in practice in the dry. Now P1 has done 4:21 in the wet. Feels like, I don't know, I have not seen his practice times yet. Kind of feels like different car has different wet grips, like in the tires. Or maybe my Ferrari is just hopeless because of being very powerful and therefore very heavy. BMW LMDH, well, what do you mean? LMU has a beautiful BMW LMDH. And the front just feels so heavy. I mean, there is a huge powerful engine, so makes sense. And then the rear is just dancing around it. Oh. Grip, please, thank you. Wow, okay. That should have been a crash. I didn't even brake that hard. Should be enough for P4, I think, now. P5. Yeah, Doc, in like 4:16 is possible. I did it as well in dry. But I honestly don't see where I can gain 8 seconds in these conditions. Well, luckily I can just keep pushing more and more, which is not period correct, because if I started to push more and more and risk to find those 8 seconds, I would end up in some hedge or some house, which is not the greatest end to a race. Oh, it's become so dark. But there is some issue with this exposure in-game. And it's really only in these conditions, like partly cloudy, no rain, and it basically becomes some night conditions. Still quite wet, to be honest. Yeah, Daniela, it feels like ISI spent their whole budget on this track sometimes. I mean, yeah, the textures are not the highest quality and so on, but it's amazing. Up to P4. Okay. How much time? 17 minutes. That's enough for outlap and let's say 2 more outlaps. Actually, could be 3. Brake bias a bit more to the rear. If I play this correctly, I'm gonna cross the line with like, well, a couple of seconds remaining, and then it should be the driest conditions. Wire is already in the 19s. I guess they were trying to simulate the like old roads, and I suppose all those potholes and so on would feel very bad at 250 kph and so on. Well, Rouge and Radion, I don't know really, like it used to be tighter. They kind of straight lined it at some point. I mean, it used to be like a hairpin and then they opened it up like this. I don't think it was much faster back in the days. Unfortunately, we don't have we don't have any onboards and so on. But we have a lot of photos. So if a lap is 4 minutes 20, 2 laps are 8:40, 3 laps are 13 minutes. If I cross the line with a bit more than 30 minutes to go, I could have 3 more laps. When was that Grand Prix movie released? Mid-60s? No, it was late 60s, right? I've never watched it. I should. '66, alright. I don't know when they reprofiled it. I guess when they made it a permanent circuit. Or well, like a semi-permanent. Meh for the plot. Seems like every racing movie ever. Maybe not every. I've still not watched the whole of Ford versus Ferrari yet. On the list. Hello, liminal thoughts. How is it going? I don't know. The track is still drying up. The Ferrari is too heavy for wet track. But we have 3 more quali attempts, I think. The rear just doesn't want to have any traction. Yeah, it's damp track now. I guess the racing line is kind of dry already. I just need to be brave. The grass has almost as much grip as grass in iRacing. Really useful. They portrayed Enzo as a piece of shit, oh dear. Now already losing 3.4 seconds to my best lap on the Delta. Best lap was 16 something, I think. Oh, okay. Scandi flick. I'm disrespecting the downshift again. Oh, the cows are very excited. I haven't heard them mooing yet, but maybe I have not crashed in the correct position. Okay. What am I doing? That wasn't the greatest lap ever. Wait, I don't have enough fuel. I will have 2 more laps, and then I will miss the last one, which will be maybe the fastest. Or I could escape. Well. Still have time to decide. Aerowash, of course. Well, Oscar, yeah, that was quite a weird one. I didn't have time to properly inspect what exactly was saying, but I don't think I ever saw that command either. You're much faster on heavier fuel. Is that still the case for Spa? I thought that was only case for slower tracks. I might have to try actually. What a drift. Well, surely it's a lot better on traction, because the fuel tank is right over the rear axle. And then I don't know for acceleration, obviously having 150 kilos of fuel is not the greatest. Yeah, that's it. That's quick box and quick max fuel tank. I don't know about the radiator size. Is 6 like maximum radiator or like maximum cooling? I keep forgetting what exactly it is. Or is it 1? I think 6 is minimum, or like minimum drag. Not fully sure how it works. 2 is fine, alright. Don't know why I was a 6. I saw 3 Celsius and I thought I can fully close it, but it's sometimes radiator blanking, sometimes it's radiator size. I never know what exactly it wants. Maybe that's the reason why I was slower on the straights then, I don't know, let's see. It's size, so I should actually take 1. Lower is more blank. Okay. I got confused for whatever reason. One more lap indeed. The car balance is dramatically different now. I mean, I don't know where exactly the fuel tank is. Let's not crash here. Okay. 4th gear has basically no engine braking, so it just starts going straight and it's super scary. Then you downshift to 3rd and it almost spins the rear. But yeah, if the fuel tank is on the rear and not in the center of gravity, then it makes sense that the car is very balanced on full tank and very imbalanced. I know that lower fuel was surely quicker at Le Mans for quali. I cannot remember Spa. Did it 2 years ago. Wartburg. I have not seen a Wartburg for a long time. Yeah, I think now the revs are rising a bit higher than before at top speed, so that's good news. Yeah, I thought there was something not quite correct, because I should have more top speed with no fuel, but I just didn't. So Kirsten made a 16. I hope I will not have too much traffic. Maybe I'll slow down a bit, that's quite a queue of cars ahead. But a minute of free space behind. I hope the server doesn't switch on its own to the next session after a certain timeout. Track is still damp. I suppose that's the edges of the track. Over 50 seconds to go. Yeah, I'll just leave some gap. And then I know there is like a cut limit at some point. You cannot just go to the wall and then come back. But anyway, let's go. Not like that. Yeah, I see I'm gaining, yeah. Well, setup clicks are working. Now I had understeer instead of oversteer. I wasn't expecting. keeping it in third. I'm not adjusted to the balance. I should have stayed in third anyway. Not great. Although Delta improves. And across the line into P2. Okay, I'm gonna take that. Wasn't the bestest of the laps. Could have got much worse. Yeah, well, full tank is is so much more balanced. And well, radiator is a radiator as well. I don't know if I lost really a second in the last corner, because the V-shape actually works quite well. Oh, I have music on. Just noticed now. Haven't fully closed it down. Was wondering what was that weird sound. Ah, we need to go to the briefing. Hope the sound works. It works.
Yeah, Mr. Simmons is here as well. Good. Congratulations for the P2 lap at the end.
Thank you.
Right. Welcome to Spa-Francorchamps. That isn't Spa-Francorchamps because it's not the official track license. So indistinct country roads in the Ardennes forests in the 1920s to 1960s layout. Yeah, you read the briefing document already. So rain chance is about 25% after after Le Mans with Le Grand with 1% and then 2 hours of chaos. I think you guys are very well prepared for rain. Starting procedure will be standing start in normal 2x2 grid. Time distance is 4 hours, and yada yada yada, normal thing. Lapping once again, multi-class blue flag rules. So faster car has the responsibility to get alongside safely and get past safely. The slower car, of course, has to facilitate the pass as well. So don't try to defend against a 3 liter if you're in a 1.5 liter. Don't try to defend against someone lapping you and then possibly killing you both. Track limits, that's a pure formality, because at this point I'm quite certain that no one is crazy enough to try and do some bigger cuts here, because generally there's always a brick wall or a house to stop you from doing so. Orange zone is the entirety of lap 1 as usual, the pit straight as usual as well, and then Eau Rouge, Radion, Master King, Hollowell, and Clubhouse. For the pit lane, my request to everyone is that we will look at pitting in before the sign at the beginning of the straight. So just after La Source, when the tarmac opens up to the right side, there is a sign at the beginning of the pit lane line. Please sort yourselves to the right of that. If you want to take a bit more road into Eau Rouge, Radion, try to keep it within two wheels within the line. So basically keep 2 wheels on the left side of the track simply for the entire pit stop phases and stuff. We never know when someone's coming in for a broken car or something for a repair. or anything. Carrying on with a broken car. A quick addendum to that after an incident that occurred in the last race. Please, please, please make sure that it's only one wheel missing and not more. We had a car with one wheel missing and a collapsed suspension on the side, which basically made it with trying to get back with 2.5 wheels.
Nice.
At that point, it's getting way too dangerous, and it's just endangering other drivers because, quite honestly, with 2.5 wheels and then just grabbing on the race circuit like a turtle out of water, it's not ideal. So just keep in mind to repair the damages that you have if you have them. You can of course carry on with light damage, but you're also carrying responsibility if you carry on with heavy damage and cause a crash like that. Disconnect. In case of a disconnect or game crash, the driver whose game disconnected or crashes is allowed to reconnect. This is not a quick repair. You do lose technically the lap you started as well. So that is some confusion that I think Martin Bayer got affected by at the last race. So basically, you do have to pretty much restart the lap that you started earlier. And the first thing it'll take out as your out lap, and then start it. At Targa Florio, it's a bit more handy, but unfortunately, it doesn't work like that here. After the race finish, once the driver finishes the race, they're asked to either slowly enter Parc Ferme, so just slow down. I'd say for this, like Parc Ferme would be the area like turn off to the left where the hairpin would be down here, or just continue onwards a little bit slowly and safely. Don't crash into other people on purpose under any circumstance. And drivers have direct drive wheels here, and even without direct drive wheels, with one hand on the wheel or something, it still is potential to injure someone. Then we have the orange zones here colored in. So Arouge, Radion, Master King, Hollowell, and Clubhouse. Orange zone, as usual, doesn't mean that there's no overtaking allowed and all that stuff. But if there's an incident there, it will count double because it is an important part of the circuit where it gets very narrow and it's very fast. And are there any questions?
No questions, but a comment. You'll want a handbrake mapped for the start if you haven't done so already.
Or keep a toe on the brake at least.
Or use auto hold.
It is going downhill, and it's not ideal. Any questions then in the end?
How much time do we have for warm-up? Because I need to make a restroom break.
Well, we have 14 minutes left, and we'll use the whole warm-up for that.
So the race starts at 5 until 25 past?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Righto, then other
maybe,
than that...
one more. What about... I'm still not very sure about the entry to Eau Rouge. What if nobody's in the pits? Can we use the full width or not?
You can use it, of course. It's just, for your own safety, because people coming out of the pits, if an accident occurs there and a car is more than 2 wheels over the line, so with a full car width, and then hits someone in the pit lane, then the car that is completely over the line will be penalized. Because where else is the car from the pit lane supposed to go,
Yep, understood. Thanks.
Gotcha. Not a good question.
Then people are actually gonna use the whole pit lane to open up Eau Rouge, please.
Sorry? Niels, what was that?
What? Oh, I'm on voice activation. I didn't know. Sorry. Yeah, but I was just saying, like, driving through the pit stalls and everything seems a bit extreme.
Well,
I
yeah,
kind of
that's...
feel like for the broadcast as well that we're not gonna do that.
That generally shouldn't happen. Like, if you're not pitting, keep on the left side of the line up until down, like, past the front straight. you know, up until like past the start finish, because cutting that much of a course is unnecessary and just dangerous, because you're also coming around a blind corner and then just flying into the back of a stationary car.
And
I didn't
another
do
point.
that. Hmm?
Yeah, another point. I had kind of a little incident with Martin, started the qualifying where I got confused by his wide line. So yeah, like just pay attention to it just to not confuse, because if you don't take the whole track, your braking zone is completely different composed to someone who's goes to the middle of the track, and that could cause a bit of an incident at the start line straight.
Question: is it 2 wide or 3 wide on the start? Like one by
It
one?
should be too wide for this.
Okay.
The starting grid basically got adjusted for the league edition of the track. Normally it would be a 3-2-3 grid, but yeah, league edition made that just generally quite a bit safer. Right. Any other questions? I'll take that as a no. Then yeah, everyone dismissed. Ladies, gentlemen, and you know, everyone else as well. I hope you have a good race. Hope you have fun. Race fair, race hard, race clean, and yeah, try not to die. Just go for the survival. Right. Then have fun, everyone.
Good luck, everyone.
See ya,
Thank
people.
you.
Good luck.
Bye.
All right. Hi Ross, I hope you can hear me now. It doesn't work. Silly Discord. Anyway,
Yeah, can't hear you.
very nice. Okay, well, Alan, not enough time remaining. Maybe after the race. Just checking if I should maybe.
Yeah, all good. We'll be fine.
All right, Ross. Checking for the camera settings because I think it's still a bit too dark. Maybe that's more watchable. Yeah, the white is beautifully polished on the car, like the livery is shiny, the sky is shiny, but everything else is dark. Quite difficult to figure out what to do with the camera. Anyway, I think it works well. Daniela, I don't really know, to be honest. I'm already spending quite a big chunk of the weekend in the sim, so I'll see how tomorrow goes. I don't have any Toyota setup ready. Will it grip? It will not grip. I don't know, I think with the old car before these physics updates I could start braking underneath the bridge. Now, wait, what's my brake bias? Have I moved it back? 58. I don't know. At 57 I was already locking up the fronts. But in the wet it's gonna be different. Maybe, I don't know. I'll take 55. Thank you for the information, Pran. I'll try to avoid it next lap. Okay, Ross. This is too bright. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to even look at, like track or everything else. I can make it a little bit less bright. I mean, this is gain 0. This is max gain. Maybe like this. I mean, when I accelerate, the rear squats, so we just see the sky anyway. So what do we have? 6 minutes to go. And then a grueling 4 hours of racing. So strategy-wise, one fuel tank should be just enough for 2 hours in the dry. Or maybe just not enough by a lap. Have I already messed up again? I have not, okay. Yeah, that fourth gear on the entry is deadly, it just doesn't start rotating. So we might need to stretch by a lap, or maybe... I mean, when the rain comes, if the rain comes, the fuel will be easy. But maybe I'll just do my 28 laps, and then if we need to stretch by a lap, I will put that duty onto my teammate that's taking over after the pit stop. Well, Daniela, I thought and talked about it a little bit. Can I park here, maybe? I will not crash in the race. This is warm-up. This is all good. So... yeah, Granning joined iRacing quite long ago. And then I'm wondering, why are they taking 2 years to do something? Yeah, Pran, happens a lot in the past. Yeah, I heard about him working on the rain, and I mean, I was streaming iRacing like 2 weeks ago. I drove F4 at the wet Tsukuba and at the dry Tsukuba. And in the wet I suddenly got a pole position for no reason, without much practice. It just felt natural, but in the dry it felt like completely broken. So then I'm thinking, if Terence makes the dry tires like they are, like the wets are currently, then it's gonna be quite good. They have written in the, like, that developer vlog, or not vlog, developer post, whatever, that it's gonna feel a lot more connected to the road. So I read it as if RF2 tire physics got copy-pasted into iRacing, and then we'll have something very well working with great FFB and with realistic driving. And if I understood correctly, it's all gonna be released on 10th of December or so, like that week of December. So I'll be looking forward to try that out. At the same time, we will have the big LMU update, so there is going to be a lot of racing that will need to be done. Yeah, I mean, I would not believe them that it's gonna be that much different if it wasn't for Terence and for the current wet tires. I mean, the wet tires are still kind of broken when it comes to lockups. I mean, I understand that it locks up, but why doesn't it unlock? But maybe they're fixing that as well. That's still not... Puddles and standing water don't cool the tires down. That's still not implemented. Interesting. I'm on the main broadcast. Oh dear. I hope only picture, no sound, because I don't know how to talk while driving this car. At least I'm surviving now. For a difference. And yeah, for the first lap or two, for sure, I'm gonna take it a bit easier. Just need to survive. And then I need to overdo the easy driving, because when I will see Kirsten starting to drive off in the distance, I will be like, well, that's not really great, I need to stick with him. Just enough time for a pit stop practice. Well, I hope... Oh! Hello! Mr. Rain. Well, that has been a fantastic pit stop practice, hasn't it? And now it will not engage the pit stop because time is 0. Have I turned off that night lighting? I have. Okay. Alright.
Attention grid, will all non-essential personnel leave the grid now?
Just checking for Ferraris. Is that a... no, that... Ah, that is a Ferrari. Ah, of course. Nico has signed up with the Ferrari. Ah, that's the Jaguar. So, let's see when the rain comes. I thought when it started... Oh, wait! It used to be said that warm-up, or like the race rain, plays during the warm-up. Not sure if that's still true or not. But in that case, the whole race will be dry, but the last quarter of the race will be wet. But it really started to rain at 0, so I don't know how exactly that works. Pending an open session, oh dear. Zero reaction from Nicholas. Or Niklas. Is he still alive? I think he survived. Or maybe that's the first gear. I got scared for a moment that I'm gonna destroy the engine with that over rev, but it was just about not an over rev. Oof. Well, thank you guys. Well, Alan, I don't really feel I have crazy pace or crazy confidence, so let's see. In the practice it felt like Kirsten had quite a significant pace advantage. And Mr. Hillebrand is not slow either. And the others behind me. And then my car is kind of hopeless in the corners. And then others can keep up in the slipstream potentially. Yeah, I'm not really pulling away. I'm just too scared to fully push. I wonder how it must have been to drive in real life like this. I guess everybody was like 30% of the limit. Don't stick the nose in, I don't have the grip. I wasn't sure if there was an overlap or not. Oof. What are they doing behind? 2 wide, 3 wide? They were saying something about this pit line not to be crossed too much. I guess what I did was fine now. Ross, I will be trying. Well, plan A is to have the car still on the road for you to take over. And then if things go well, then we can switch to plan B and have the 6-minute gap, but I don't think that's gonna happen. And about low revs, well, it's not happy at low revs, but it's dead at high revs, so had to take the longest gears, or I would have to lift on the straights. Felt like I'm gonna crash on the outside, but that other car behind, that I don't know which manufacturer it is, just carries 20 kph more apex speed. Gonna be a fun, long race. Always good to have the fastest car in a straight line anyway. The 4 hours is, well, I mean, they used to do 24 hours with cars like this before. Like in real life. So we really need to make like a 24 hours of this one day. And then make it somehow viable for people to actually invest the time. Kirsten is coming to eat me alive. Hi, I don't know. Welcome. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. What was that? Was waiting for him to T-bone me or anybody else, but we all survived somehow. I'm driving really slowly. I don't really have the confidence to go faster. But this is 7 seconds of pace. All about the racing, 24-hour races with these cars. Well, it's actual endurance racing, right? Not like nowadays where it's 24 hours of flat-out sprint. Yeah, at Les Heures, I mean, I was watching the rearview mirror and I got super scared that the wire is gonna bump me. And then I locked up a little bit, but it was really good for rotation. Yeah, Alan most likely. I remember when this track was released, there was a server opened like 10 years ago with that Lola cars, or I guess Houston something, named in RF2. And I was watching others drive and they always had like 7,000 RPM. and I was like, what are you doing and how do you do that? But it was like CVT. Unachievable in iRacing. Yeah, I wonder how that old Lotus car works in iRacing. The oldest Lotus, like the 60s one. It should allow for such slippery situations to be recovered. It doesn't allow. That's unfortunate for iRacing people. They're missing out on a lot of fun. This corner is so scary. You have to brake at 200 to make it, but if you take the grass at the apex, you can brake a bit later. But taking the grass at the apex is not the most comfortable of things. My favorite corner, taking that driveway on the first stair, or touching the first stair of that house. Fourth to first is interesting. Well, engines can die easily. He's going for it. Come on, Ferrari power. I was fearing he's gonna drive away through these corners, but now I have the slipstream and the power. Is he surviving this? He is. I thought he was going into the wall and then he could bounce off, so I just braked. Ay. Well. Again, I'm doing the plan A. Plan A is survive at any cost. I see Nicholas is struggling in P1 as well to make any rotation. I don't think it's the Jag. The Jag is further behind, so it's we have the Ferrari 375 Plus, but this is maybe I don't even know. Talbot on something else. Talbot Lago. But yeah, it's 4 hours, but again, it's like, it's either solo or with a teammate, and well, for this season of 5 long-ish races, we are signed up with 4 people, and today we are driving together with Ross, so... Well, many of these guys are doing it solo anyway. Wait for me, Hillebrand. Need to get that toe back. He actually tried to stick his nose in, that was not great. Real life racing experience, not really. Apart from go-kart race, well, let's say two go-kart races. And driving my Hyundai Accent to its limits around some local hill climbs, because the limits are still underneath the legal speed limit, so but that doesn't count as racing, so it's still funny because I get more force feedback through my 20 years old car's steering wheel compared to most of modern simulators. GT4 RS at Zand were beautiful. Well, enjoy that. Yeah, unfortunately we don't really have any like local race tracks apart from go-kart tracks. So people are going like to Austria or Hungary or Croatia to drive. Well, I'm scared of rain, and it's in the sim, so like it's gonna rain probably in this race. In real life, it's even scarier. Or maybe times 10 scarier. Yeah, second gear provides better exit out of there, but upshift is just so slow that it's better to have third. The rear axle is incredible. And it's actually not as easy to catch the slide as one would expect. With the original Cobra, it's very easy, like relatively, but with these tires it's a bit different for some reason. Anyway, back into the dough. Unachievable in iRacing, yes. Well, for now, let's see what V10 tires provide. Maybe suddenly it becomes a drift sim. But the racing around tracks like this, with cars like this, is just so good because nobody is really pushing, like nobody has really practiced like crazy in an esports way to prepare. And everybody is super scared about surviving, so we're actually racing like they would have raced back in the days. Well, maybe we are pushing a bit more than back in the days still, for obvious reasons. Slipstream, let's go. Hi, Nicholas. He's yielding. Well, Red Bull Ring, okay, well, I guess that's kind of local, but it's more like 3 hours, I think. But it's maybe not the easiest thing to just... I mean, I don't know how many track days they have. I never really searched for that online to see how much it costs. 2 kilometers away from Le Mans, wow. Well, that must be nice. But yeah, this area around Spa and Nürburgring, just so many tracks. Should have stayed in fourth. For some reason I just cannot talk and drive in the corners with this car, while I kind of can with modern cars. Brain just gets completely overloaded. Actually, living in Eastern or like Central Eastern Europe is kind of alright as well. Several really good racetracks around. Keep blocking up. Like Slovakia Ring, Autodrom Most, Hungaro Ring, of course. Couple of others. You're trying to sell me a house at Le Mans. Well, I wish one day I can afford the house, you know. I mean, it's gonna be more and more difficult, but let's see. Even in Slovenia, can barely get a house for 200k euros around here. Except if it's like really in the middle of absolutely nowhere without any infrastructure. Brake balance is 55, Ross. Here comes Nico. He upshifted to 4th in the middle of the apex. LME community in Le Mans. Well, that would be something. Not gonna be easy without iRacing levels of sim fans. Scary apex. Somehow I survived. Well, Cat, I suppose at some point you become used to it, right? If you can look at it every day, then it becomes part of the life. Well, Stefano, let's say none of the cars really have any grip, but most of the cars are weaker and lighter, so they are easier to drive. I mean, there are many classes, like even 4 or 5 classes of cars around here. Like it used to be back in the days. But I mean, the grip is alright, I think. Like overall, we are going quite relatively fast through corners compared to real life grip levels. Just that I would say that in RF2 you kind of get a bit more peaky grip. And then as well, some cars have disc brakes and some other cars have drum brakes, so the Ferrari still has drum brakes. Nico just gets so much better exit because he doesn't have to upshift us. He completes the upshift during the Master King. I need to try that next time, but we are having quite a party here for P1. We are not really going slow, like this is still only a couple of seconds of quali pace. I never know how much speed to carry through the apex. Sometimes understeer, sometimes it feels like I was 10 kph too slow. Thank you, Stefano. Yeah, Ross will drive later and I will keep streaming for the whole race. Finally a little bit calmer, the source. See you, Stefano. Maybe I'm taking that Rouge apex, like the right apex, a bit too tight, but I want to keep really long, like the exit, I want to keep it flat out. lateral axle, rear axle, cannot pronounce that. He's just doing so weird things. Just switches from very understeer to very oversteer so fast. Felt like I had something stuck in the suspension even. It wasn't great. I don't think I have any damage, nope. Jesper, correct. Well, the horse in P4E is the same as my horse. But this horse that is now in P1 is indeed very light. Nobody liked the apex. Yes, but you could try loading the motor, like checking the database link, because I don't really know what car it is. Flat out or rouge? Maybe on the in-lap. What a move! I'm boxed in. All right. That fourth gear is killing me. He doesn't have to upshift again, and I have to. It's so weird, like, whenever somebody leads, it feels like he's just so much off pace. Just impossible to pull away. Just trying to survive that Lasurs, I don't know. Braking very gently. But it's not enough to avoid the lockup. I could carry more speed into there. Finally able to breathe a little bit. Good afternoon, Joao. Maybe this whole corner is actually fourth gear, but not sure. It would be maybe too understeery on the entry. I'm scared to try. And dive incoming. Doesn't really make any difference if I defend on the left or stay on the racing line. Back into the lead. I think that other car only has 3 gears. So then on the exits of certain corners he struggles a lot with acceleration. Let's see how powerful the toe is at half a second gap. Well, I guess it's quite realistic. Finally catching up with the slower class cars. Feels like Nico wants to go faster on some braking zones. Well, he has the same car as I, so maybe I still have a lot of headroom to brake later. Nice move around the outside. He didn't even make the apex, but he could still carry more speed. Man, this is not esports. This is a museum. I suppose no damage for either of us, but suddenly he had the nose stuck in. I don't think that's a good idea to stick nosing with these cars. Easy recipe for a double death. So let's try forward gear. That's alright. And then I don't have to upshift. Copy doc. See the gap to Larry. It's a weird thing to overtake slower class cars because they just are able to carry more speed through every corner. So they kind of have to somewhat move off. What happened there? Yellow flag? That was for behind. What happened with wire? Must have touched the other car or something. Kirsten is off as well. There must have been some big drama. Niklas knocked off, like himself, or I lost quite a lot of time with that car again because, well, he was faster in the corners. And there were many corners in Sector 3. I see Veer Urvair is not losing pace, so will not be too slow. But Kirsten has probably boxed for repairs. Ah, that's unfortunate. In my eyes, he was the favorite. Yeah, he's stationary. He surely had the best pace in practice and quali. And he had already the misfortune 2 races ago, well, the last race of this series that I did at Dundrod, where he was leading by a huge margin, if I recall correctly. And then had the weirdest of low speed snaps. And then tire popping out. What's that? What was that? Like just deadly understeer at some point sometimes. As if the suspension reached some limit of something and just gave out. Oh well, I had 2 seconds gap. Now I'm P2. And I don't have the courage to outbrake him on the inside. Oh, that's wide, but he found the grip. Not best idea to spend half of a lap side by side when we have a wire closing in. Yeah, Jesper, exactly. When driving this close, it almost feels like we are in like rafts or boats and just like gliding on waves. I'm not sure if second gear is better or not. Nicholas always loses a lot of time there through that flat out section. So weird. that the barrier is so close to the road, but one just has to take the apex. Uh-oh. How did he avoid that wall? Again, I thought, oh, Niklas left the race. Oh, poor man. That was such a nice fight for top 5. I really wonder what happened in the end. Then again, I kept braking because I thought Hillebrand is gonna win it. But he just about survived. This is my worst corner, probably. Feels like everybody else is braking 50 minutes later. 50 meters later. But I just don't feel I can. And I wouldn't want to try and find out during a race. Ooh. Okay. I hope... Oh! Oh dear. Well, my dear chat, my dear viewers, I think all my opponents have crashed themselves out of the race. Ay ay ay. Why doesn't that happen when there is 10k euros on the line of the prize pool? Hillebrand, oh dear. Out of the race, and now probably Wire has damage. Well, it's been crazy fun racing till now. It felt like everybody can have the same pace if risking enough on the exits and on the brakes and using the slipstream correctly. But now Kirsten with an issue, Wire with issue, others with issue, poor Nico spinning out and getting crashed by Wire. Well, it was a nice 1 hour of content for sure. So I'm happy with that. It was some crazy fun. It was too much at the same time in some corners. I would have wanted that battling to kind of be stretched throughout the whole race, but looks like we got most of it in the first quarter of the race. That's the 4th gear understeer. Wait, what's going on with the Wire now? Ah, it was Salmon in P2 already. I thought it was the other way around. Well, the last thing to see now is if it starts to rain or not. And then if my hypothesis is correct, it's just gonna rain in the end of the race because it only rained in the end of warm-up. Yeah, Doc, I saw in the mirror. Nico almost survived. He didn't even crash on his own, I think. Just like touched the barrier a little bit without damage. But then Wire couldn't avoid. Or something. Unlucky. Well, we are still alive in P1. So that's something. And let's see if Salminen and Wire have better raw pace now that nobody is in the slipstream. And I have to keep in mind that the car is getting lighter and lighter on the rear, so it will drive weirder and weirder. The rear will grip less and less. And it should be slower and slower. So 5 and 9 seconds over the line is the gap. Now Wire now binned it completely or what? Or he boxed? I suppose he boxed. But why? Well, then again, these races in the past were usually or often done in such a way that the leader ran into the distance with huge pace advantage and then either won or had a technical malfunction to prevent him from winning. Salminen is fast now. Like, I'm not going slow. His gap is decreasing. I'm already hearing and feeling the rear axle doing weird stuff on the brakes. Like 5 seconds a lap, beautiful. Thank you. Copy, Alan. Ooh. Well, if I want to spin out of track, I would like to do it there because of the huge runoff. So gap before was like 5.2. After one lap, he gained a little bit over a second. Let's not do a Hillebrand here. Hey Kyle, it's going, I don't know, winning wise it's going alright, content wise it was crazy racing for 1 hour, but now most of opponents have binned themselves. I mean, I was not far from getting binned at some point already, so... This corner is so scary. Every lap, at least at one point during the corner, I feel like I'm gonna crash, but then the grip kind of appears. Jan, this is a lot of fun. Well, this is, I think, well, for me and for several others, this is the peak RF2, where the physics works the best in the historic content. So actually, thinking now of it, this is the 4th of the 5 races of the series, and we will be doing 100 laps of the old Monaco for the final. It's gonna be absolutely insane. And it could be a win for some lower class car. Well, Cat, thank you. I will... most likely I will do it alone as well. I'm not sure how long exactly the race is gonna be. But I think like 3 hours-ish. But then having experienced the Dundrod race like a month ago or whenever it was, like that was... I don't know, it felt like scarier and crazier than Monaco. Even though there is almost no streets, or like almost no houses and walls. It's just hedges and trees, but because all the corners are super fast, it requires a lot more concentration. But in low speed, it's kind of a little simpler. But we will see. Oscar for the win. Well, that's a good bet for sure. This corner is catchy as well. Feels like it's almost flat out, but even if you brake and lift, sometimes you just start losing it. Salminen is so quick. And he gained all the time in sector 3, I think. I can just hear that 6-cylinder engine behind, getting louder and louder. Well, Lazaros, it depends on the corner, and again, it's not the stock Cobra car, but it's been modified a bit so that the sliding is actually quite deadly. Not the best of spaces to get traffic. He is gonna be in my tow in a couple of corners of time. That was a weird shift. Should be 10 laps to go of this stint. How are the tires? What is a tire wear? These tires don't know it. I think for the pit stop it's concurrent, but tires are longer than fuel, so probably we're just swapping the rears. And he is in the slipstream. The speed that he can carry through the corners. But I guess it's gonna be more of the same. If he overtakes, I will get the tow and it's gonna be impossible for him to disappear into the distance. Hi Casper, long time no see. This is HRSC, which is a historic racing something community run by Mr. Nicholas Hillebrand and co. As we mess up this corner again, but we have the Ferrari power, so it's fine. It's funny how we go 70 years into the past and it's all of the same. Ferrari is the best on the acceleration, and that's the case for the RF2, GTE and GT3s as well. Although obviously the difference is a bit less. Finally a little bit of green delta, although now it went red again. Alright, Ross. Yeah, Casper, this is round 4 of 5 races, but well, HRC is gonna organize more of this. Please back out, Larry, he's not backing out. Oof. Well, that's a move that I guess in the past nobody would dare to make. I kind of need to do a switchback then. Otherwise he's gonna get a big run on me. Or like drive away. He's gonna drive away anyway. He has some pace in that car. Wait, Lazarus, is it ACC? RF2 24. Ah, P1 Gaming. Okay, I see. Well, North 24 is quite something for sure. But I much prefer doing this now. Although if you're joining now, you have missed a crazy 5-way battle for P1 in the first hour. Braking too early again. I really thought that the power of the Ferraris would be really like outperforming the apex speed advantage of other cars around Spa. But I mean, straights are long, but corners are quite long as well, so it makes sense that they can actually go fast around here. Luckily the bollards are uncollidable. Which is weird because I kind of remember them having some weight and severely changing the car's balance when you hit them. Maybe I remember that from some other track though. Well, at Targa Florio for sure they have some mass. How to make that rear not to completely lock up? Uh-oh. He made it somehow. But yeah, again, like we saw before, the one that is leading is slow, but it's impossible to like run away. So now Salminen has caught me by 1.5 second advantage per lap, but it's just not possible to overtake and run away. And the slipstream doesn't really feel that strong. I guess it kind of sums up. And then again, there is no dirty air in these cars or anything, so they're kind of having less lift, if anything, so car just becomes faster behind. I wonder if Salminen lost a little bit of confidence after the Eau Rouge moment. Because with these cars, the current mental state surely affects the pace a lot. How brave you are. He's recatching anyway. And there we go. Just brake without downshifting, and then downshift very late and with little brake input. The front is heavier and heavier. Well, the rear is lighter and lighter, but yeah. Need to keep it in mind not to understeer into some fence somewhere. Is fuel saving. I keep reading about Leaf for Speed, and I'm kind of unhappy that I have not spent a significant portion of my sim racing past in it. But well, RF1 wasn't a bad call or option either. That front is hopeless in these corners. Not even trying to defend, like with just understeering. Well, I am trying to defend a little bit. I see I could stretch it to 30 laps, potentially. And then how much should I trust the tiny pedal overlay fuel calc? Supposedly I should trust it. Larry! Into the wall. Oh, poor man. Oh, he's flipped it. There we go. We have 6-way battle for P1 at some point. Huge train. And they have all killed themselves. I'm the last one standing to kill myself, and I guess my moment is coming at some point as well. Yeah, I think he's still driving, but probably with 90-degree steering damage. Ironically, it felt like I didn't really have top 3 pace even, like Salminen was quicker than me, Kirsten was quicker than me. We were kind of same quick with Hillebrand, it felt like. Then Weir was quicker, like on empty track without slipstreaming. But I'm the only one still alive. Or well, alive without damage. Or without having crashed. So I guess the plan for now is to stretch the fuel to 30 laps. And then trust the tiny pedal overlay that it knows exactly how much fuel I need till the end. And then do the driver swap with Ross. I mean, Ross asked for 6 minutes of lead. It's not gonna be that far off 6 minutes. Battle Royale mode, yeah. Last man standing. Oh, Casper, that's the worst. Was it Enzo Fazzi that was doing HRRC around here? I think, yeah, it must have been him. We had like a monumental fight for the win until the last lap. Oh Doc, I'm enjoying some very nice commentator curse. I forgot where the center of the wheel is, of the wheel rim was. But good fun drifting in low speed. Daniele, how did you manage to get banned from HRRC? Actually, good question. How many cars are still in it? I guess +1 lap still means kind of in it. Ah, we have Ross riding with us. Good. But I guess almost half of the field has had a damage at some point. So that's because they are driving like it's a sim race, not like it's a real life race. Maybe. I think we are relatively all that we're racing here are relatively a lot more skilled than the usual sports car race in 1950s. People with money had cars and went and raced them regardless of the skill level, and they tried to survive. Larry crashed again, oh dear. Well then, Ross will have his wish granted to get the car far in the lead and enjoy his weekend drive to P1. Still a lot of chances to end up in a wall or in a house somewhere. On low fuel especially, just feels so weird to drive. Copy, Daniela. You would have banned yourself, okay. Understood. This corner is worse and worse. If there's a short braking zone, it's fine because the car gets pushed on the front and then they grip, but if it's just like coast through, then no rotation at all. Come on, it just doesn't turn. Oh, somebody clipped the 100-meter board off there. That was my braking marker. So the fuel is just a little bit under the target. Oh, where is my gear? Okay. I don't know what I did. But luckily I didn't end up in first, so that's the most important. Or in reverse. Cannot see the shifter over the mic, so I use the feeling, but I don't have a good feeling because I don't use the H shifter too often. They're faster to you on low fuel. I mean, again, I don't remember what I did the last time we drove here. But if there are a lot of straights on a track, then for sure it's better to have low fuel. But well, the first time that I really drove the car fast was at Rouen, and their full tank was really faster, like 2 seconds. And then we were even thinking if we should kind of do more pit stops to run the race on higher fuel on average. especially without pit speed limit. No, the shifter wasn't a surprise. That shifter I actually bought myself. Would you believe it? It's that what is it called? SHH shifter. I think some Spanish guys. Oof. Low fuel moment. I think it was like 90 euros or 100 euros. But like it's metal on the inside and 3D printed on the outside. It's working perfectly. And it's even like a plus minus sequential if I rotate it around and switch a button. We have the same. Yeah, it's really good. I even have like a burst esport logo imprinted into it. And it's now stuck with me forever. Oi. It's really good, like it has a button on the side. You switch the button and then you kind of push the shifter down and rotate it 90 degrees, and then it goes into sequential mode. And then if you use like just sequential, you even like can quickly replace that gate kind of at the top, so it's you cannot move it left and right. I mean, that's the perfect esports drift, right? Just too much on the exit. So 3 laps to go of the stint. And then Ross takes over in the end, and then it's gonna start raining. He's gonna have some fun. And I'll quickly check all the replays of all my opponents binning themselves and making it instead of 6-way race for P1, well, a 1-way race for P1. But then the camera will go back to Ross and we will watch him drive it home safely, hopefully. But this understeer is getting stranger and stranger. Well, thank you, Ross. Well, I really tried to survive and get out of all troubles and avoid the risks, and it actually worked out. I didn't think others would go that risky, relatively. And that probably explains my lack of pace a little bit as well. Because you can easily gain a second per lap by just braking later and trying to survive. So it was a good plan A, a very good strategy for me to focus on the survival. And that's really the beauty of those races. In before my engine absolutely explodes. But the temperatures were fine and I didn't overrev it too much. Supposedly that 6900 is like the final safe RPM. And I have not been going too much over it. Well, Ross, maybe you can double check how much fuel do you want? And I suppose the plan is to just switch the rear tires, because the fronts are basically new, 98. And well, 2 tires are free. But we have the gap if you want all 4 new. You think it makes a difference? Full tank. You don't need a full tank. Ah, you of course you want a full tank. Yeah. I know. I keep forgetting that full tank is faster. Even though, well, 30 liters. It's quite a lot of time spent in the pits. I will change all 4 tires, no worries. I guess that's the safest option anyway, with all the gap, because we practiced mostly on full tank and fresh tires. Yep, indeed. So full tank, new tires and driver selected. Seems like there is only visual damage or something. It's not repairable. It actually makes sense to box now, right? To have 2 equidistant stints if you plan to put full tank again. Well, I have fuel for 1 more after this. Well, Ross, are you happy with swapping now? If we swap now and something goes wrong and I don't get a pit stop, Then I can do another lap, or if the pit stop is occupied or something, like the box. If you're ready, then we can do it now. Box now. Okay, box. I have not requested the pit stop, have I? I mean, it shouldn't add too much of additional time anyway. For 21 kph. Issue is that the brakes absolutely fade, so I will just slowly brake. Okay. Oof, 157 seconds. Actually, fuel takes so long time. Interesting. I thought it was just. Okay, I don't know what I was thinking. Anyway, we have the gap to do whatever. So we should be out of the garage in P1 still. Well, Victor, I don't know. 2 minutes and a half for 190 liters. I mean, they were just pouring buckets into the tank, right? I don't know how long that takes.
In position.
All right. I don't think there is any overheating, right? Yeah, no, it's water cooled. That's one long pit stop. I mean, it's supposedly done in a way that that's realistic. So I don't know with what they were filling the cars back then. And then again, 190 liters is not that much. Although when I'm thinking, when I'm refueling for like 35 liters, my actual car at the oldest fuel pumps, at the oldest Ljubljana's petrol station, it takes ages for that number to go up. Like it's basically a liter per second. Like it's so slow. Old communist fuel pumps. So this is kind of understandable. Anyway. There we go. Well, best of luck to Ross. And now let's check some heavy deaths of my closest opponents in the first hour. Oh. Yeah, fuel gauge and everything, like all the gauges work, it's insane. Okay. Well, let's check what happened at the start. He absolutely didn't move. And then we had like this, wait, I don't think I need this tiny pedal anymore, and it's a bit annoying, so let me quit. Okay. They are stealing fuel with those pumps. Well, hand pouring a few milk churns. I see. Ah, here I'm already P3. Now that was quite a dive. Wait, where did they lose the P2 then? And here we are still like 4, 5, 6 cars almost. It's P4, P5, P6, yeah, it was quite many cars together. Oh, that was a close call. Ah, alright. Yeah, this was the moment when I thought he was gonna go into this wall, and I just braked and waited for him to like smash across the track. He was not even close to any limit there. I mean, close to the edge of the track, but to me it looked like he's just gonna... So much more grip in those lighter cars. And then the Ferrari power strikes. So let's see where actually the drama started happening. Still 5 cars? Yep. Not anymore 5 cars. But it was such a nice fight, you know, like 3 different cars, like car makes, 5 cars, 5 drivers, huge fight for P1. Lari's lap time is a bit slow here, so something must have happened to him. It's been such a long race that I cannot really click through the replay, through the bar, because I'm just gonna miss it. Ah, ooh! Ay, 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 ay. Oh. Yeah, that's the rear axle. These rear axles are so on the limit all the time from the engine braking. Well, he got kind of lucky there with that heel kind of. Alright, next lap. What are the lap times? Then it was Kirsten. Ah, here we had that moment with that lapped car. Ooh. Wait. So that's a lapped car ahead. There are multiple moments at the same time then, or what? How did he... From this POV this looks like a certain death. But he just scraped the wall. What a catch! I mean, I guess he had some... Yeah, he has a little bit... Ooh! Ah! Okay. Okay, I see. I see. But well, this is like a save of the century. And then he saves it. Feels like it's... Well... From dead back to life. Next moment. Whoopsie. But this is not... If it was a connection issue, it would turn on the ghosting. Can block moment indeed. But yeah. This was a PC problem then for Nicholas. I think it's like that CPU slowdown, I think. I didn't really see that, like, I wasn't checking the mirror, but they all killed themselves. And ironically, Nico, with the problem, survived because of the problem. Ay, 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 oh. Ah, that's ugly. That's so unfortunate. It wasn't even pushing the limits. I thought they were like just crashing because of mistakes, but nope. It was just unfortunate glitch. Poor Bert. Like he had that big slide, then he landed safely from that weird flight, and that he after that he got pushed into the barrier. Oh, what what a shame, or like what a crazy way to have a race killed. And then Kirsten... it was... Of course it was Wire, yeah. Yeah. It was Wire. Yeah, because the replay is showing the current driver. Michi, well, what can I say? In that big iRacing special event, Max Verstappen got crashed out because of a huge netcode moment, so I can show this, right? He absolutely destroyed half of that family. Four family members survived. Well, maybe that woman lost her arm and a leg. but others didn't make it. Unlucky. Well, that's how the racing was back in the days. A little bit of a computer glitch. Okay, so that was then big death of a couple of guys. No, that was not it yet. That was just the start of the dying, right? That was just the start. Because Nicholas caught me, overtook me, and then did this. That's very late on the brakes. And then he didn't even go for the downshift because he felt it's gonna snap on him. And snapped he did. That was alright. But then... the sound effect makes it even better. So that was Wire, yeah. Nicholas reversing onto the racing line. Although I don't know what else he could have done. No, honestly, he could like make a like 5-way reverse, front reverse, and so on, and rotate around. Although at this point, well, yeah, it's not possible really to stop the car from there. Mr. Hillebrand, you will have to ban yourself from your own series. Ay. And then I guess he felt so ashamed of it that he just quickly escaped. Or maybe he was stuck in the barrier. And then I suppose Wire just had so much damage that he couldn't continue. Yeah, right into the driver's door, indeed. That's what happened at Le Mans, really. Yeah, I missed Le Mans, so I don't really know, but... well, unlucky. Or a combination of unlucky and this moment of brain farts because of the panic. So did Wire go straight into the pits? Yeah, he went straight in for the repairs. And then Larry. Larry was flying very fast. Put up to me. We had some nice battling. Wait, here he had a little bit of a moment, right? Oh! Ah yeah, the downshift. The downshift. Well, good reaction, really. And then he almost caught me again. Early on the brakes. Yeah, that's how that corner is. Like every lap I felt I'm braking 100 meters too early. But like when the corner arrives, suddenly like the grip just disappears and you just slowly drift into that barrier. Ah. Oh dear. Oh dear. It was such a small, like, it was already over. Like the moment already was done. And then the asphalt kind of grabbed him as he went onto the throttle. And then he landed on his head. Well, I wonder how the physics works. Is the car actually like pivoting on the head, like, or is it just on the windshield? Or maybe both. Not sure if driver's head is collidable. Probably not. But yeah, head's gone. Unlucky. Nico is being interviewed, oh dear. Then Larry did his best to bring it back home, but yeah, difficult. Ow. Well, he managed to repair, so all good. What's going on there? Was it such a long pit stop or what? Or 16 of what? I guess Ross is taking it very easy. I mean, Knops has to pit again, right? So we actually have like a minute of lead still. Yeah, like the Brabham team. So they have boxed at like 1 hour, right? So yeah, they will need for sure a minute of fuel. I mean, 21.0 is not a bad lap time, but 16.7 is crazy fast. Why is the recent replay worse than the old replay? Probably if you're a spectator, that doesn't make any sense. Feels like if you're a spectator, then it records a replay with less quality. Anyway, Ross is doing 418, so that's fast. But 15.3 for Bert. That's insane. Anyway, let me then put the camera back onto the Ross car and get the UI on. So it should be 46 laps, I think. In that case, we have 12 to go, which means that if Knops loses a minute, he will have, I mean, if they keep doing like 5 seconds on average faster lap times, it's gonna be tight in the end, of course, but it feels alright for now. Anyway, I will need to have a little bit of a break. Otherwise, a big headache will be incoming. So enjoy McGregor's very nice driving, and I'll be back in a little bit. Alright then. Anything happened? I guess P1 hasn't boxed yet. Oh. Gap to P1 is decreasing. That's, I guess that's just like, it's just going up and down anyway. About the D-types, by the way, if you guys have already mentioned them, they're not bad at all. I think the D-type is potentially the fastest of the cars, unless the physics have been massively changed. It's lighter, it has a lot less drag. Issue is that it has no power, and it has disc brakes, so it's really good on the brakes. And only has 3 gears, I think, so that's the issue, that it accelerates really slowly. But at top speed, like I think it goes like 15 or 20 kph faster. So I don't really see the reason for D-types not being available. I think they were all kind of booked instantly as well. So like we were thinking if we should take the Ferrari or the Jaguar. But the Jaguars were already taken quite quickly. But then people, I don't know, lost interest or anything, or something like that. I mean, we still had, well, 29 people doing this race, or 29 teams. So more than 30 people, since probably, I don't know, half or 1/3 of teams have 2 drivers, others are soloing, potentially. Actually, most would probably be having multiple drivers. That's gonna be tight for P1. Was no. He caught it. Oof. Well, now it is going to be tight for P1. Wait, full tank was 160-ish seconds. And they will need like less than half of that. Let's say 160 times 0.4. It's gonna be tight for P1. Does Ross have some damage? I think he has some damage. It's not too broken. This is kind of a nice camera. Although the track is barely visible. Yeah, looks like the steering is just marginally to the left on the straights. Those Brabham guys, Veer and Knops, they just have a like insane pace. So many cameras. Oh, thank you for the sub, Bobby Vegas. Welcome. Yeah, Victor, indeed. Well, I mean, Ross is not doing a bad job. His the lap times are not that off. Apart from that spin before, well, that was quite unfortunate. Or, well, it was a fortunate spin because it could easily end on the roof. But the guys in the lead are just incredibly fast. But they will have to box now, like, I don't know, it takes... What is it taking them so long to box? Where are they getting that fuel? Or maybe the Talbot or whatever car they have is just having better mileage. So there, look at those lap times. Like that's absolutely insane. 15, 15, 16, 14, 15, 15, 14. That pace is insane. And Ross is doing... Well, that's, on average it's 5 seconds off, right? So... And with a 26, 27 lap stint... Not fast enough, right? What was I doing? Yeah, 19, 20, 19, 20. In the end, even 23, 24 when I was taking it easy. What car is this anyway? Let me check. Let me check the signups. So this is, well, in the mod this is Tabor Legarde, which probably means this is the Talbot Lago. I mean, all that we have here is the Cunningham, Ferrari, Jaguar, Lancia, or Lancia, or Lancia, or whatever it's pronounced in Italian. Then we have the Lagonda and the Talbot Lago. This is the Talbot Lago. Ah, it actually has 4 gears. it's revving quite high. Well, 6, 7, no, that's not that high. But that's a nice gear. We would be significantly faster with slightly shorter gears, but then the engine would explode. But I think the Lagonda is even better on the top speed. But the engine on that one is even more fragile. And where is the rain? It looks like it will actually just rain in the end, and that's it. But then it should be already getting dark now. This car it just looks so nice. Nice to drive, like the balance. Nice neck. And into the pits, or maybe not. When did they box? Lap 16. Well, then they are in this lap. That front on the Ferrari is massive. Yeah, they must be beating this lap, and then we see. Maybe it's gonna be tight, maybe they will emerge in the lead already. But I really didn't expect them to be that fast. Like 15s, that's just an insane pace. Well, I've never really tested out the BOP of this pack. I tested the Lagonda and the Ferrari, and then I kind of assumed Jaguar's pace according to the data from HRRC from 2 years ago, but other cars always looked quite, well, far off pace, but somehow they just are really good around here. maybe it's also the drivability, because with Ross we both did kind of, well, 4 minutes 15, 4 minutes 16, but that was the pace in practice where we just like sent it and tried to really find the lap time. But in the race you cannot do that. So we were like 4 or 5 seconds of pace now. Yeah, I know that the cars have changed quite a bit, but I didn't know they changed that much. But I mean, they changed for the better anyway. POP all around looks better, more balanced. The brakes are not as depressive as they were before. They are not reaching 800 Celsius and so on, which was unrealistic. The tires need to be driven at the, well, expected Celsius values, like 60, not like 100 plus. And then, yeah, it's difficult, like, you cannot really know the pace of a car just according to its, like, horsepower figures. For the Trans Am, I actually, like, I did a quick check. I checked every car's, how was it? I checked drag at fixed speed, like at, I don't know, at 220 or like 200 kph. I checked drag, I checked horsepower, I checked weight. And that's about it. So I saw that the Pontiac Firebird was a bit underpowered, but drag was quite low, so top speed was alright. And the weight was very light, so it was a solid car to be taken. But for this I just assumed that it's not too much different than in the HRRC, so we said, well, Jaguar not really available anymore, let's look at the Ferrari. And I kind of, well, I already knew the Ferrari from before, so I thought, well, less work to do. I mean, it's been a solid car till now, and it's not been too bad around here either. It's just not the easiest to drive. They are still not boxing. They have gone 30 laps on this fuel tank. This is already lap 31 for them. .2, and they get faster as the fuel goes down. I think it's kind of a Ferrari problem then, with the fuel tank, to some extent. How is Larry doing? Bit sideways. The Larry's pace is comparable to our pace, and he was still able to close in on me in the first stint. Oh well. Suppose we will have to concede the P1 for the time being. But now the pit stop, like, it's not gonna be 1 minute, it will be maybe 40 seconds. What a car! Added an extra fuel tank. Well, add 400 liters of fuel and get infinite grip. Like, looking at how well it sticks to the ground, like it's just a beautiful car. But they must beat now. No way they continue. There we go. The moment of truth. It's close to that wall. Ah, ooh, yeah, the brakes. What? Ah. And they're getting served. Don't crash on me, okay. Just looking at how close that was. If he collected that wall, that would be victory for us, even at this speed, I think. Yeah, Ross is at the Blanchimont. They're changing the rear tires. Interesting. I mean, makes sense. And they're off. Alright. Well, GG for the time being. But well, if there was like a big slipstream train for the whole race, we would probably have a chance to stay with them. But with car that's that better, or well, maybe it's not the car, maybe they are just much better prepared. With that difference in pace, we have to be happy with P2, to be honest. Anyway. Back into the cockpit for the last half an hour. Oh, they swapped the car. I mean the driver. Interesting. Well, Victor Residuo was still fast though. He wasn't slow. I mean, he had the... It felt like he had the best pace of us all, but he never could actually pull away. It was always him getting in the lead, and then there was a straight or like an acceleration zone, and I just drove past. But now that he's actually in clean air, it's not gonna be easy for him to just lose 5 seconds a lap. To really look better like this. Maybe. Well, Pete, there is no quick driver swaps with these cars anyway. Anyway, the quick release is quick enough. It's faster than any time that we would not lose time if we needed to swap again. Anyway, I'm just thinking about that hot swap functionality of RF2. You know, like there is driver swap and then there is hot swap. But I don't know if we actually ever tested it. There's like a button that you can assign, and it says driver hot swap, and I kind of always assume that if there was like a league that kind of allowed that, you could just swap on in the middle of a straight. Not really sure if that works or if it's actually implemented or not. Meanwhile, Wire has indeed pulled at least like 3-second gap in that lap, so he has the pace. No way around it. How are my PC temps? Well, this RF2 content doesn't really burn too much resources, so like only 56% memory max. It's quite insane. If I open LMU and just go out alone, it's already like 80% memory. Although I suppose they are working on optimizations still to use less memory. Still it hits memory more than the hotspot. It's funny because in iRacing it's like 60 Celsius GPU and then like 65 memory and then 75 or 70 hotspot. But in RF2 and LMU, memory is just hotter than anything else. I just find it intriguing. But yeah, with this content, like I have FPS fixed to 175 and it's actually like it's easily hitting that target even with OBS opened, and OBS takes like 15 to 20% of CPU. But in LMU or even on the newer RF2 content, it's just not possible. we will get absolutely destroyed at Monaco. Well, let's see. I mean, Monaco actually, the old one, but it doesn't have these long sweeping corners where the Ferrari struggles hard. It has more acceleration zones, so maybe it's not gonna be that bad. Yeah, it's not great for Ferrari in these corners. Should be 4 more laps, I think, after this. 4, 8, 16... No, 5 more. So we are not getting the 56th lap. It's gonna be 55. Yeah, Victor, wait, can you swap cars? What do you mean swap cars? Ah, for different... no, you cannot. So thing is that a team could sign up with like 2 cars and then have 2 regular drivers signed up with each car and then 2 reserve drivers, and then people could kind of swap from one car to another. But we only signed up 1 car because we were like 4. Me, Ross, John Munro, and Mr. Tom from Grid Finder, the boss. And the aero is for people who can't build engines, but I mean, it doesn't look like it's working like that in this mod. Because this car is quite horrendous to drive. And I would assume it was a little bit better in real life. I liked that double blipping. You really need to do it, like you blip once when you downshift, and then you blip again once the rear axle starts to kind of lock up because of the engine braking. Should have gone for the smallest radiator as well, for a bit less drag. Nice negative rake all around. I mean, there is no aero anyway, so it doesn't matter. I guess it would drive a lot better if it was possible to drop the front right height much lower. Like even in the heaviest of braking zones, like it's not really diving at all. Like maybe a little bit, but it's just the rear rising up. Quite funny. Yeah, the rears are indeed... Well, yeah, the rears are still suffering a lot more than the fronts, even though I was trying to abuse the fronts quite a lot, but maybe I should have decreased the steering wheel range a lot. And just turn in like crazy and load the fronts instead of the rears. Anyway. Free to go. Wait. 4, 8, 12, no. 4 to go. Slow car near King. Issue is that we have a Discord problem, so I cannot really talk to Ross. And yeah, about the physics, I have heard things as well. So I'm looking forward. Oh, that's a bit of... Ah, okay. I was seeing more understeer than there actually was. Yeah, looking forward to potential physics improvement always. And I'm really glad to see RF2 still has, like, people are not giving up on RF2. I mean, it's not dead or anything, it's just on a pause. Because LMU is obviously more important now for the survival of MSG. But if that new physics from LMU could get copy-pasted into R Factor at some point, that would be just such a brilliant thing. For the modders and so on. But then they would need to put the new tires onto every car. That would be quite a big job. I see Ross struggling with that rear weird feature of the suspension. From understeer, suddenly kicking into a big snap and then back into understeer. Is there anything going on anywhere around the track? The gaps are kind of big like they used to be back in the days. Is that the Lancia? Ah, that's different class car anyway. Uh-oh. Ah, he already arrived without a tire. Ah, it's the Gordini. Alright. Copy, copy. Yeah, MI, as Mr. Stephen Hood said, it's more likely they will, rather than improving RF2, invest time into something that could be called RF3, if things go well enough. Can a tire get reattached? I suppose so. So less than half of cars still alive. I don't think he's getting the tire back. One of the longer term vintage racers. I don't really know many people here. I kind of... When did I actually start driving this? Well, I mean, I liked the Shelby Cobra for ages, but I suppose the HRRC was my first ever proper, like, vintage racing event. Christos, you mean first pit stop no wheel fix, second pit stop wheel fix, or what? That sounds... that sounds weird. But, well... Oh. Nice save. Oh, yo. Guess we investigated that. I mean, the replay is a bit laggy, but that's... that looks like the weirdest low speed incident ever. Those cars will be fun to drive around Monaco in a couple of weeks. The 4-cylinder ones. Very light and very nimble. Alright, am I? I see. Yeah, I didn't really follow much. There are some channels in the HRSC that are all about like the developing of the physics and so on, but I don't really read anything. Yeah, I wonder about like this mod is like the most typical thing about this mod is the rear axle being so easy to lock up. And I really wonder how realistic that is. I mean, supposedly these cars had massive engine braking because the brakes themselves were useless, so they needed to stop the car somehow. Ah, you were the Lagonda guy. Yeah, I guess the Lagonda is a bit weird. I have not tested it for HRRC, but I tried it a bit for this Carrera Mundial thing. Well, I tried at Le Mans. It was absolutely fast. And then I realized I'm gonna absolutely blow the engine because I was revving too high. And then I tested at Monaco, and I was 2 seconds slower than with the Ferrari, so I told myself, Nope, I'm not going there. It felt horrendously heavy. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that, as I said, that there was heavy engine braking, but did it really feel like this? Rear axle locking like crazy? I don't know. And then it's funny because braking into corners like what's it called, Burnenwille, like the long fast right at the start of sector 2 kind of. Front right just locks up so easily, and then it just goes straight into the house or the ditch. But if you're braking in a straight line, then the rears are locking like mad. It kind of just doesn't click with me. Well, this should be now the last lap, right? Yep. This is the last lap. They pulled 75-second gap. They were like, I don't know, they were over a minute behind. They have gained like 3 minutes on us. I mean, Fire is slightly slower, but this is still 16 and 17s, you know. This is insane. Ross is taking it a bit easier now anyway. No need to risk anything. Do we have the standings? Oh well, we have standings, but it's not really anything particularly interesting. Oops. Why are you doing that? No, I don't want that. Although I guess there is nothing. That's fine. And then it jumps down. Either way. Leading by 7 points over Kirsten. And the Brabham guys are only signed up for this round. Maybe, well, hopefully they will doing the Monaco as well. But 8 points is max. Actually, I think here... that's Brabham over the finish line to win. GG. But actually this is gonna be a championship win for us here. In the 3000 plus class. Yeah, we are outscoring Kirsten. Nobody else can get us. I mean, it's not really about winning championships and so on. It's about having proper fun with these vintage cars. Yeah, only 100 laps of Monaco remaining, round 5 of 5. And here comes our beautiful V8 sounding Ferrari. Across the line. Ah, the poor man is still without the tire. I mean, that was fun. Like, the first hour was absolutely insane. It was almost too much for me. But we were keeping it nicely, battling for top 5. Always either first, second or third. Then everybody kicked themselves out of the race. But Brabham came back and absolutely ate us alive. Well, thank you, Doc. It's a podium, it's a P2. Thank you, Mario. Yes, MI, exactly. And there were many DNFs. Which is period correct, right? So, well, I mean, sadly our Discord communication with Ross is broken. He cannot hear me, I can hear him. Barely though, but we will chat with him a bit later. But for now, I think I will close down. So, well, I hope you guys enjoyed. At least first stint was full of crazy racing. Then in the end was all about bringing it home and hoping for the win, but the win didn't happen, so P2 is P2. Let's see, maybe I stream Le Mans Ultimate tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll have to race a lot of iRacing, unfortunately, in the next 2 weeks. Or fortunately, well, let's see. As we prepare for that Indianapolis IMSA Global Esports race. And then it should be all around GT3 LMU release date already, start of December. Hopefully it gets released by then. So fun times coming. Anyway, thank you again for the chat, for the likes, for the subs, for watching. Have a good day, good evening, and see you next time. Bye.